Hello, everyone. We are starting the retransmission in the main channel.
And there are no online questions?
Not yet.
Not yet.
There is just one button.
Then we must come the electricity. Please respect the rights of electronic device. 1 hour is not enough.
We are starting here. Please bear with us. It's taking a little bit, but very soon we will. ALKA Wildlife.
Any other electronic device?
Yeah. It's just it was just to show that we are organizing things. No, but now I'm here. I can chat to the people. I mean, there are only 2 people.
Ah, okay.
Katka, can you share the link I sent you? If people are confused, but it's going to the main page and we will be there. But if you want to send a specific link, is the one I just put in Slack. Yeah.
I think on Facebook, for example, there is a link. They should go to main channels.
I wrote it. I wrote that. I did that from there. And now I'm going to send you the Zoom link. Yes, because it's until we cut it again, until we can do the retransmission. So this is the Zoom link for everyone for the rest of the day. Oh, well. We have managed. And As you can see, there are lots of technical challenges here. Sí, they're out.
All right.
But we are about to start.
Yes.
And our
Hi.
first speaker from the afternoon will be Denisa Lobova
Okay, and what is about?
from BROS. And she
What
will
is
be
the
talking to us
topic?
about the situation of the European ground squirrel and talk about the localities and what happens with the public visits. What happens?
Great.
Yeah.
All right. So she's
So in a bit
online?
we will be connecting
Is
with
she
her.
online?
Katka is sending the
Okay,
link to
wait.
her.
Okay, perfect.
And what else are we going to talk about this afternoon?
We have how many talks? 3 before the coffee break. So great.
Okay.
Is it a video?
Yes, we have a video.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, but we can start connecting with her and keep her in the meeting room.
Perfect.
So Denisa and this one.
Okay.
Yeah. Perfecto.
And
No.
all right. So here is the.
So we are setting up the video, and then Denisa will join us after we watch her presentation.
Okay.
Optimize for video clip.
Claro, por eso no aparece.
Por eso no aparece. Y ahora.
It should appear here, please.
No, VLC. Era por eso. Lo hicimos
puede ser, maybe. Okay, so it's this one.
Yeah. Open with.
Right. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, we got it. So here it is.
Optimize for video. Perfect.
Perfect. So there you have. Okay.
Here we go. Enjoy.
Hello, everyone. My name is Denisa Lobova. I would like to tell you something about the current situation with the conservation of ground squirrels in Slovakia. I will be talking especially about one locality called Biele Vody, which is under strong pressure from tourism. Biele Vody, which translates as white waters, is a site near Muraň village with one of the largest colonies of European ground squirrels, whereas this site is annually visited by thousands of tourists. In summer months, when the weather is nice, it could attract more than 1,000 people a day. During the weekend, this number could be even higher, over 2,000 people a day. A ground squirrel was reintroduced here 20 years ago. However, in the first several years after reintroduction, they were almost invisible to humans. The first tourist magnet to the site was a small herd of grazing donkeys in a large capacity fence, approximately 5 hectares large, since 2011. People started to visit the donkeys and feed them with carrots and dry bread. During this time, there were only a few dozen ground squirrels on the site, and we tried to explain to tourists that the presence of donkeys has a positive effect on living and surviving ground squirrel colony. Active feeding of ground squirrels started by us in 2010. That year was very cold and humid, and we decided to start feeding with sunflower seeds to increase the fitness of the females and thus increase the birth rate and success of the overwintering of individuals. This effort was successful, and in next year, we observed that the size of colony increased. Since 2015, we have started to feed the ground squirrels with even larger amounts of sunflower seeds just next to the fence, and squirrels gradually lost their shyness and were willing to come closer to people. Since 2016, the number of visitors has increased significantly. They have started to notice ground squirrels, and this site suddenly became a local attraction. Gradually, the squirrels lost completely their fear of humans and began to take food from very short distances or even to take food directly from human hand. Many schools and kindergartens started to take excursions to Białowody, and they also took part in voluntary help in caring for locality. The number of visitors to this site grew even larger thanks to this promotion. This initiative was taken over by the local government. The infrastructure between the village of Muráň and the national park started to emerge. Various jobs are now connected with this site. For example, hotels and other accommodations in the area are completely sold out in summer months. The local art school regularly is taking part in various competitions for the most beautiful painting of drawing on the ground squirrel theme. Lately, the first children's book about the ground squirrel was written. The village is aware of the economical benefits of tourists. Posters and traffic signs has been installed to guide the tourists to the site. Benches were installed at the site. Even fast food stands are opened during weekends and special holidays. People also started to buy souvenirs with the theme of ground squirrels. The local government has also set up mobile toilets, and at the site, they also regularly clean the site from the garbage. Ground squirrels carved out of wood have been placed in front of the local office in village Muráň. The squirrel has become a new symbol of the village, from which many local people economically benefit. The squirrel of Muráň logo is now placed on juices, beer and brandy bottles, toothbrushes and other items in the shops. Local bakeries started to bake buns according to a traditional recipe, and the buns are still sold out. Local groceries were forced to increase the supplies of biscuits because tourists are feeding ground squirrels also with these biscuits. Even several hotels and accommodations were forced to start selling sunflower packages by themselves because their guests began to take fruit and other food from their breakfast buffets and feed the ground squirrels with it. The local falconer also took advantage of the high number of visitors to the site. He has large aviaries and breeds of various raptor and owl species. In the past years, he had to travel to Austria every year for work to earn money for this breeding station. He now makes money directly at the Białe site by showing predators or raptors. These raptors must, however, not fly directly over the ground squirrel burrows. Such a thing would scare the squirrel. The flights are allowed only on the outskirts. Local falconer also promotes the Saker falcon, the target species in the ground squirrel rescue programs in Slovakia. He explains to visitors the relationship in the natural food web, the balance of the ground squirrel and its predator. The flights of these tamed raptors sometimes attract the local raptors from the surrounding area, which come and take a closer look. Thanks to this, we can monitor the presence of local raptor species, which are nesting near the site. At Białe site, horse breeders are also offering horse riding for children. New accommodation capacities are also being created in Muraň. The old building on the central square was reconstructed last year. Also, a new guest house called At the Ground Squirrel was established. The site Białe has its own Facebook page, which was created recently by the public and today has almost 4,000 members. The page serves to share up-to-date information about the site and events. The site is also marked on Google Maps. In June 2020, unfortunately heavy rainfall and floods swept through the site. The ground squirrels were flooded in their burrows. Local people and the general public helped to save them, and both crates, blankets and towels and other rescue items and material they bought. People from all over Slovakia also sent financial donations to help in this crisis. More than 500 individuals of ground squirrels were rescued in this situation. As the number of visitors increases, a larger amount of food is brought to the site. We regularly inform people about what is appropriate and what is inappropriate food for the animals, especially through the info panels or via social networks. People are already sharing such information with each other at the site. Feeding at the fence. Feeding at the fence line is completely sufficient to feed the entire colony on a 5-hectare area. The important thing is that there are no food leftovers in the area, or very little. As ground squirrels hide in the burrows before sunset, numerous different bird species arrive to clean the site of food leftovers. During the night, also forest animals, for example, deers often come to the site. Early in the morning, the birds arrive again and they clean up the rest. There are almost no leftovers or sprouted sunflower seeds on the site. Nevertheless, we want to reduce the amount of food by reducing the weight of sunflower seed bags sold to tourists. Today, these bags has half a kilo. In the future or in the next years, we will reduce it to 100 grams. Nevertheless, this site has an overall positive effect on local area and its inhabitants. One of the advantages is also the fact that the ground squirrels are easy to capture. We can thus capture them and release them at other sites. This effort helps to increase the genetic strength of smaller, weaker colonies all over Slovakia. Based on our observations, individuals released on other sites has no problem with adapting to local, more natural food composition on the pasture. The avoidance towards humans is also quickly regained. The whole region benefits from tourism. New jobs have been created, demand for local products has increased. Even also mentally disabled people from the local sanatorium visit the site as a form of therapy. People gained interest in information on how to protect and conserve the ground squirrel. And through the protection of ground squirrels, we can also protect other species. Tourists are also causing many problems, mainly with the illegal parking of cars, for example. The local administration does fight it. The local police must be vigilant so that people do not park directly on the main road, as there are only a few legal parking areas at the site. They are planning, the village is planning to build a pedestrian walkway from the village directly to the site so that people can leave the cars in the village. They also play with an idea of tourist transportation by horse-drawn carriages. Overcrowding at Biele Vody is also reducing the quality of personal experience with this animal. We have a large ground squirrel boom in Slovakia, but the problem is that the people from all over Slovakia and foreign countries are visiting only this site. Perhaps in the next years, we will be able to increase the number of such sites for people. We have the aim to create such sites in other locations as well. One of them is already near the village Tisovec. A smaller colony of ground squirrels lives in there, which we subsidize with individuals from Biele Vody permanently. The local government has already set up an educational pedestrian trail with several information panels. Here, the ground squirrel can inhabit almost 500 hectares of suitable habitat, pastures with cattle, sheep, donkeys, and also horses. There is also a sale of fresh dairy products at the local cooperative. Another locality that the public is starting to visit is Ďurkovec near the village of Spišské Tomášovce. Tourist path to the lookout tower leads through the site inhabited by ground squirrels. The local site association is interested in building a ground squirrel-based infrastructure, just as a local goat farmer is interested also in maintaining a suitable habitat for ground squirrels at this site. A part of this site is a part of the camp where various activities for children take place in the summer. Educational activities are directly focused on the issue of ground squirrel conservation. The advantage of this site is also the large capacity parking at the camp. It is planned also to sell sunflower seed packages as feed in next years. Another beautiful site is Spiš Castle, where ground squirrels inhabit the courtyard of the castle. The administrator tolerates them, but they do not want uncontrolled feeding and increasing the size of the colony. The ground squirrel probably thrives in courtyard area also due to the low predation rate. More than 1,000 people visit the castle every day in the summer months. At none of the sites except Biele Vody site are ground squirrels used to take food directly off the hand. This, however, is only a matter of time, we think. At least 4 or 5 other localities are trying to promote the conservation of the ground squirrel to the public in Slovakia. We are monitoring the situation, and to a large extent, we are influencing it. Currently, mainly thanks to the implementation of New Life project. So thank you for your attention, and I also enclose for you a 5-minute long video from the site Biele Vody, which is downloaded from YouTube, and just enjoy the watching. Bye bye.
Okay, we are back, and now we are going just to share an extra video that Denisa sent to us. We will say, no, this is not it. This one, right? Esto. Sí. Okay. Just a second. Sorry. Because I'm going to share this screen. Share the screen, of course. All right. So nice. Yes. Okay, we have Denisa here, so I'll admit her, so we can speak with her. Okay, Denisa will be joining soon. How's everyone in the room? Some questions ready? Very good.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Hi there.
Hi.
We can't see you, Denisa.
My camera is not working. I'm sorry.
Ah, okay. Okay.
Yeah, that's an old notebook. So
We can hear you well, so that's
thank
perfect.
you. Yeah, yeah.
So now, if you agree,
So,
open
did you enjoy the presentation?
Yeah, of course.
Yes, very
Okay.
beautiful and very
Yes.
nice last video.
Mm-hmm.
I've been there in
Okay.
Iran, and it's a very beautiful place.
Personally.
So now we will ask the room for questions.
Yes. Does anybody have questions? This is your audience, Lisa.
Hello, hello, hello.
Okay. And listen.
I would like to ask you personally, where is the border for you between, wild ground squirrel and contact pet, if you say it like that? Because I don't know if you are familiar with the location Radoš in Mladá Boleslav in Czech Republic. It's quite similar to Velké, but it's really close to the city. So many people go there and feed ground squirrels, and it's really nice.
It sounds like a train.
And it's really extreme from my point of view because people treat the squirrels more like pets, I think. And they are not afraid of them anymore. And so it's, for me, I work with the action plan for the ground squirrel in Czech Republic, and it's hard for me to set the border between, where is the difference? What can we do for the squirrels? What's best for them? To keep them as contact animals, or, we should tell people not to feed them, not to contact with them. So what's your opinion on that? Thanks.
Okay, I have it. Thank you. My opinion is that we in fact, we don't have a problems with that. We don't have any limits or any borders with feeding. We influencing influencing the public people to feed animals with good food. That means that the food is healthy for the animals. So dry biscuits, dry, not many sugar, some fruits and so on. So we don't have any limits at that in this issue. And I mean, for us, it is very good that the females raise a lot of youngs, youngs, and then we can put these animals away from this locality, and we take them to another site where live weaker or very small colonies, and to increase the number of weaker colonies. So yeah. We did not see, in fact, that the ground squirrels were fat or obese in June or July, and they actually consume a lot of energy when raising the large number of young, and it could be described as a ground squirrel factory or something like that. And thanks that. A huge amount of the animals we can we can support another colonies with animals. And feeding also shows how much food they are able to receive and process, and also how rich and varied or nutritious their natural habitat must be where people do not eat. Yeah, so that.
Thank you. More questions?
Okay.
I can ask. So, hello, Denisa. You spoke about it that many local people benefit from it because of they produce some toys or other stuff or have accommodation for people who come. Do you have it like that your NGO who is doing there also the work and that you do also research? Do you have also some income, for example, that if somebody sells some toys, that some part of that toy of their income goes to you, that you can use it for research and protection of the suslings?
Okay, I have it. Yes, but in fact, only a little. So we have, for the people, we have information at the info panel that the visitors can also send us some financial donations for caring of the locality of the site, and but very little or very few people send us some financial donations, and we don't have much time to sell some souvenirs or some things for visitors, but we are selling the sunflower seeds packages. So we are selling it for local hotels and accommodations. So they buy from us these packages with sunflower seeds, and this is only at this level we are doing our yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so hello Denisa, this is Lukáš. I have also some question. Because there are people coming, quite some people, like 2,000 during the weekend, it's quite some people. How do you have it under control that they are not really feeding not proper food? Is there some guide who is watching the people and recommend them what to do and not to do? And how the people are reacting actually to such a person? If they are, accepting it or they are aggressive, because we now try in Radoš, there will be some kind of person like that who should recommend to people proper behavior. So this is the question.
Sometimes during the weekend we are also there personally, so not me, but my colleagues from Muranska Planina, and also the national park guides are also there sometimes, but the people are informated about the property or appropriate food, and they say each another. We have that experience that the people say each another at the site what is appropriate food and what not, and this in fact is I think yeah, or maybe in some cases some people from the beginning of this of start the visibility of the site. Some people walked into the fence, also inside the locality, and now there is no way. So the people say the another what is good and what not. If I.
Thank you.
So what is allowed and what not? They say it each another at locality.
Mm-hmm.
And the people sometimes are very angry to another, which which does not behave decently.
All right, very good, thank you. So, okay, we have one more question.
One more question. Did you have some experience with infection or something like that? Because many animals on a small space should or could lead to some infection between the individuals. Was there a case or not?
Yes, every year we see some individuals that are sick or with diseases or defects. That's one of disadvantages of feeding. But often come predators, for example, hawks or foxes or ravens, and limit these sick individuals from locality or predating it. Also during the day, so the people and visitors can see the fox. For example, you can also see it on the video that the fox were at the site during the day and catched the squirrel there. Also, the ravens are there in presence.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Let's reorganize here.
Thank you also, and have a nice day.
Okay.
The rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thank
Denisa.
you very much.
And bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so let's go with the next
Next
talk.
presenter, I think, well, I can introduce her while you set up.
Okay.
This will be another challenge, a new one, because it's going to be our first live talk here at the premises. Okay, so we are setting up. Se acaba de desconectar algo, ¿eh? Ay, yo sigo, pero el auricular ha cambiado, o sea, el speaker.
El enlace de la videollamada de Zoom lo tenemos en este ordenador.
En Slack. Espera, o te lo mando. Sí, te lo mando. ¿Te lo mando a tu WhatsApp o...? Vale. Sí, sí. Sí, lo tengo. Claro, claro, claro. Allá va. Ya casi estamos. Estamos conectando al otro ordenador. En la siguiente charla correrá a cargo. I'm speaking Spanish. Brilliant. Next talk will be Katerina Holubopa. She will talk us about eco-friendly livelihoods in exchange for safe wildlife in Sumatra, a conservation story that modern zoos made possible. Encenderla y ya está. Gracias. Tampoco importa. Vamos, que la ponemos ahora. Vale. Si queréis cambiar el nombre de Zoom. As always, if you have questions from the past talks, you can keep adding them in the chat on YouTube. Then we will collect them.
Hello from the other side.
Hey.
Okay, just a second.
You can imagine what this mess is like. We have too many cameras. Too many cameras. If you want already, yeah.
You have the presentation.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, lo tienes. Ah, solo.
Completa el escritorio y está ahí. Eso. No. Creo que es
But you have to put the webcam, the proper one.
Pensaba que era la propia del.
Claro.
Ah, ok. Pues entonces haremos una cosa. Espera, me te comento.
Sí. I'm going to take the chance to say hi to some people that I know are watching online. Hi, Gaspar and Teresa. we were chatting before. We hope we are waiting for your comments in the YouTube chat.
Okay, we got it. Thank you,
We
Nando.
are ready. Okay. So you can start already sharing. You need to.
Now we.
Sí, sí. Ah, vale.
Aquí, espera, simplemente aquí le das aquí y.
Yeah, perfecto.
Eso.
Now it should be.
Ya está.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for being here and for inviting me. My name is Katerina Holubova and I work for the Ostrava Zoo. I work there as a conservation promoter, and a part of the work is also work for the Cook and Rescue program, which I will tell you about today. So as you can see, the topic of my presentation will reveal a success conservation story that is going on in Sumatra in Indonesia. And this story was made possible by modern zoos. Okay. Oh yeah. As the title of my presentation suggests, as I told you before, the modern zoos are key partners for biodiversity conservation. They not only support the conservation of species by breeding them in human care, ex situ, but also by managing, supporting, or participating in situ conservation projects. And this key role of modern zoos was also highlighted by the Abu Dhabi Call for Global Species Conservation Action that was published by Species Survival Commission of IUCN in 2019. So Ostrava Zoo, which I work for, would like to become, or is working to become, one of the leading zoos in nature conservation. And one of the ways is not only giving young of, for example, vultures or eagles or owls kept and bred in its care, but also by supporting numerous in situ projects around the world. As you can see, this is done by a special program called 2, and lately it's been 3 Czech crowns for wildlife, which means that every visitor supports in situ conservation by 2 or now even 3 Czech crowns from every admission fee. Well, and the flagship species supported by the Ostrava Zoo is the Kukang Rescue Program, which I will tell you something about. The Kukang Rescue Program aims at combating illegal wildlife trade in Sumatra, in Indonesia, especially in protected and endangered primates, prosimians that are slow lorises. And you might ask, why slow lorises? Well, even though they are nocturnal animals, and even though they are the only venomous primates in the world, they are also among the most illegally trafficked mammals in Indonesia. In Sumatra, there are 2 species of slow lorises, greater and Sumatran slow lorises. Both are endangered, listed as endangered by the IUCN Red List, and the main reason for them being trafficked is the illegal pet trade, and also the trade for because they become tourist photo props, for example, in Thailand, on some tourist beaches, and in other tourist places. And this is why the Kukang Rescue Program was established in 2014. This was a response to this critical situation of slow lorises that were openly offered on animal wildlife markets, but no one seemed to be dealing with this issue. So this is how the program was founded. It was founded in the village of Bandar Baru, which is close to Medan. It is a capital city of the North Sumatra province, and also one of the main hubs for illegal wildlife trade in Indonesia and internationally. So the first step of the Kukang Rescue Program activities was building a rescue and rehabilitation center in the village, which is very important because until then there had been no such facility in Indonesia. Oh, I mean in Sumatra, sorry. And this was a big obstacle for local government agencies in wildlife trade enforcement. So as we build this facility, the cooperation with government agencies, for example, with BKSDA, which is something like our agency for nature conservation, could go on, because before the agencies simply didn't seize these animals offered on animal markets, just because there was no place where to put these confiscated animals. Another activity of the program, of course, is education and awareness raising. So we established, or we created a school, an English environmental school in the village close to the center, where we teach children English and environmental lessons 3 days in a week after their regular school, because in Indonesia there's almost nothing like environmental lessons in their school system. So this is an environmental English environmental school, and for example, we also hosted a big English environmental competition in speech, which means that children, pupils from around the village, around the Bandar Baru city, they were invited to have a speech in English on some environmental topic, and there were some winners and awards, and so this is how we promoted the nature conservation around the place. This all would not be possible without Indonesian colleagues, Indonesian workers, because it's one of our goals to build a special Indonesian conservation team, so these people can protect their nature by themselves. But these people that you could see in the photo before, there are around 13 of them in total. They are not the only ones. We also have a team in our field area, which is located in Karo Regency. This is a regency close to the protected Loiser ecosystem. This ecosystem, which is a tropical rainforest, is the only place on Earth remaining where 4 huge Sumatran mammals still live together, which means Sumatran orangutan, Sumatran tiger, elephant, and rhino. And this also is possibly a release site for our rehabilitated slow lorries confiscated from the black market and accepted by the Rescue and Rehabilitating Center. And in this field area, we also established an English environmental library for local children, because something like color books in Bahasa Indonesia or in English about nature and animals are something that the local children didn't have any chance to meet with. So this English environmental library was provided by these special books about nature. They were provided by an organization, Greenbooks.org, a Czech organization which is active in Indonesia and which promotes environmental education in this country. Another step how we engaged communities in this field area was employing expoachers, former poachers of slow lorises or pangolins, as you can see on the photo. We offered them employment by the Hutan Rescue Program. So they were really keen to start cooperating with us, because basically they love nature, they love animals, but aside from doing farming, they also occasionally hunted these protected animals. But now their job was to help us in field monitoring and other activities. So they just became the part of our field team. As I said, we also do field monitoring in the field area, so that we know something more about the wild slow loris population in the area where we would like to release these animals confiscated and rehabilitated in the center. But there are also other animals that you can meet in this area. Yeah, orangutans, civets, Bengal cats, and others. Quite a lot of animals here. Well, and because it's very important to work with local communities, part of our work there in the field area is also cooperation with local farmers, because most of the inhabitants of the area are farmers. So if we want to protect wildlife there, it's absolutely necessary to cooperate with the local people. And we created a anti-conflict team, which had the task to communicate with the farmers and to ask them about the animals that they often see on their farms, maybe eating their crops. And so based on these questionnaires with almost 70 farmers, we created a special brochure, how to protect your farm against animals while letting them live, which shows 16 most frequent species of wild animals coming to the farms, fields. And in this brochure, they can learn about the biology of the species and about how the species is beneficial to them, because they often don't know what the species eats and does, and they often think that it is harmful to them, and so on and so on. And they, for example, don't know that slow lorries can help them pollinate their crops. So this is what the brochure tells them. And also, what is important, it tells them what can happen if they kill or trap or hunt and sell these animals which are often protected. The brochure also offers them some easy tips on how to deter these animals from their farms without having to kill them. So this way, these farmers, almost 70 farmers, stopped hunting endangered and protected animals and became protectors of these animals. But we felt that we should continue in engaging the community of farmers and local people in this area. And so this is how the Czkmanka project was created. As I told you before, most of the people there are farmers. Many of them are coffee farmers, coffee producers. And so this is the way that we chose to pursue both community support and wildlife conservation. We simply started cooperating and training these coffee farmers in a proper processing of the coffee, which starts with knowing whether these coffee cherries are already ripe and whether they can collect them and process them in the right way. And as you can see on this picture, you might recognize these guys. These are the former poachers, which are now our field assistants. And they also are the Czkmanka team, which leads the whole project in the field area. And so we set up a special methodology of the coffee production, which includes the environmentally friendly production in the fields, which means no chemicals, no excessive pesticides, and so on. But also knowing how to store the coffee properly and how to peel and dry the coffee beans properly, and so on. Well, and another step was creating a Czkmanka community of the farmers, which means that by entering this Czkmanka community, these farmers will have a financial profit. And that is because we buy the coffee beans from them for a price that is higher than for how much they would sell it on the local market. Also, usually before they entered this community, they had to rent a car and go quite far from their village, which is very remote and the road is quite difficult, and to go to the local market, which also cost them some money, of course. But now we buy the coffee from them directly on their farms, which spares, of course, some finance for them. But on the other hand, we don't do this for free, let's say. we want them to sign an agreement which means that they cannot hunt protected and endangered animals anymore. Of course, if they want to hunt wild boars, let's say, they can, because these animals are overpopulated and they are not protected. But they are banned to hunt, for example, slow lorises, pangolins, orangutans, hornbills, and other protected animals. As of today, we have over 50 coffee farmers entering this community, including the Kutamale village mayor, which is a great sign that the village will really cooperate with us. So, as I said, in this way, the community support by us means, in fact, wildlife protection, because quite shortly after we started cooperating with the farmers or with the community like that, we could see the wild animals coming back. We saw, for example, these slow lorises while mating, or we saw pangolin female with a pangopup, which were pictures that were quite rare before, because these exposures, those two guys were, when it was a good month, they were able to capture, to poach even like 30 animals per month, which is quite huge. So this is a great sign that this works. Well, and so that you can see that the plan is going well. Last year in 2020, we produced the first Czech coffee batch. We exported or imported green coffee beans to the Czech Republic, where for these reasons we created a special Czech coffee cafe, which is located in the Ústí nad Labem city in North Bohemia. And this is a place where you can have a cup of Czech coffee, but also learn something about the nature conservation, about the activities of the Czech rescue program, and about the Czech coffee project itself, and where you can support these activities in other ways. We have our own coffee roastery. So we roast lightly roasted coffee and dark roasted coffee, and there are many more plans ahead. One of the latest things that happened in the project is that we are getting back to Sumatra. We built a special Czech coffee house, which was supported by the small-scale project of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Embassy of the Czech Republic in Indonesia, in Sumatra, in Jakarta, sorry. And this house serves as a storage of coffee beans. The Czech coffee farmers can meet there, have their training there, and we also plan to locate an eco-library for children there. So this is a great news, because this way the coffee can really be processed well before it being exported to the Czech Republic. So just to summarize the project, by cooperating with the community in the field area, we teach children environmental lessons for free. Thanks to our activities, the farmers don't kill the wildlife anymore on their farms, because we employ the exposures. We eliminated poaching quite effectively, and as still more farmers are profiting from the cooperation with the Czech coffee, this means that they also stopped hunting protected wildlife. And as a cherry on the cake, we can say that these farmers and their ban on hunting of wild animals is controlled by a team of expoachers. And as this village is really small and everyone knows everything about each other, we can say that even if there was someone who would be poaching animals, the other would know. and this would be really bad for their reputation, and they would be kicked out of the community, which means money for them. So we think that this really works. And the top of the project is that we can promote awareness and support in the Czech Republic by the Cook and Coffee Cafe in Ústí nad Labem. And this is a special thing that could help promote the conservation activities in Indonesia. It's not directly binding to the Cook and Coffee project, but it's very closely tied with our activities in Indonesia. And this was a Czech ministry mission to Indonesia, which happened in June of this year. And during this mission, a letter of intent on environmental conservation and sustainable development was signed between the ministries of environment of the Czech Republic and Indonesia. And during the visit of the Kukang Rescue Center, the ministries also highlighted the great role of Czech zoos and non-governmental organizations working in Indonesia. And as my title of the presentation says, and as I told you before, we are greatly supported by modern zoological gardens, which help us a lot. The Ostrava Zoo and Olomouc Zoo were at the very beginning of the project, and they enabled the project to be created and bloom. But there are still more and more coming and supporting us, which is great, because this way these zoos can fulfill their role, their modern role, which is the conservation of species. So this is the story of coffee that protects nature. And if you are interested, you can taste the story not only in the Cook and Coffee Cafe in the Ústí nad Labem, which is quite far from here, but you can also visit our Cook and Coffee website, where you can buy the coffee on eShop. So this is not a problem. So I thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any questions, I will be glad to answer them. But maybe before the discussion, we can launch the 2 or 2.5 minute video, which I maybe can somehow show you. It should be on the desktop. Yeah. And this video will just show you, well, actually, for the next year, we are planning to publish a special documentary about our activities in Indonesia, and this short video is a teaser for this documentary. I somehow complicated it, right?
Yeah. Que no le da.
Sorry.
No. Joder, ¿por qué no?
Ah, pues igual son de la botella. O sea, quita
Each computer has her owner.
Yes.
Vale, pausa.
Ok.
Y comparte.
Ahora vete a Zoom.
Ya, perfecto, mejor. Vale, espérate.
Vale, y ahora.
Tienes el zoom antiguo.
Tienes el zoom antiguo. Ahí lo ponemos. Lo que pasa es que esto no do you have a pen drive on a pen drive?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Because we can. This computer doesn't read.
Bueno.
Esto no resuena.
No te queda. Ese de qué es. Uno de estos se tiene que estar.
Vale, ya está.
¿El HDMI?
La cámara. Este.
Ok, ya está así con.
Pero.
Yes, for you.
So I will invite my colleague Lucy that you could see on the video. She's a coordinator of veterinary care and welfare in. Oh, we are not. It's not weird. Yeah. Should we come closer? Oh, no, yeah. Okay, great, thank you. And she spends most of the year in Sumatra working in the Kukang Rescue Program. So if you would like to, sorry. So if you want to ask some questions, we are ready to answer if we can. Okay.
I'm going to hijack the first question, given that we have the power here. How can we go visit you? Like, do you have a volunteer program or internships for people watching too? Like, we both also have.
Okay, I will let Lucy speak because she's also the coordinator of volunteers. So she's the right person.
Okay.
Yeah, so also we do this. We have a program for volunteer. So you can find our program on the website, kukang.org, and there are even the position that we are looking for. So you can actually looking there and find because we have like special positions because there are like plenty of people who would like to visit us, and yeah, they are welcome. But of course, it's taking the time to care about volunteers and these things. So we would like to have the benefit for our organization, and also of course it would be like they're not just cleaning around, but it will be also benefit for them. So yeah, but welcome, come and to help.
Fantastic. So in the description of the video we will upload, we will add some links to, and people can do.
Yeah, you can find that plenty of.
Fantastic.
Yeah, but unfortunately, you know, in these COVID years, it's quite difficult to get jobs. It becomes you never know.
Yeah, with a little bit of patience.
But we are happy to have the volunteers to help us.
Fantastic. So I will negotiate with ALKA in case I can take another job. Okay, now we will open the room.
Okay, is there anybody that have a question here? Okay.
Okay. Thank you for presentation. I have a question which is probably quite critical. I mean, how is it with money? I mean, how the money how much money you get from the coffee, really, in percentage, not like exact numbers, and how much goes from the zoo's budget, or do you think that it will be self-sustainable in future, just selling the coffee?
Well, we are supported mainly by the zoos. So the vast majority of our income comes from zoo. They are really key partners for us. And regarding the Kukang project, it's not that we would get a lot of money from it. For now, it's that we have this Kukang cafe that is so self-sustainable. Let's say we just we buy the coffee from the farmers and we sell the coffee in the cafe. But it's not that we would have huge profits from it. It's now, it's kind of, how to say it, it's a cafe, it's not for profit, it's for just the promotion and to enable this in-region project, in Sumatra work, so it means that we have enough money to pay for the barista in the cafe, to pay the rent and the necessary services, but it's not that we would have a lot of money that we would put to the project. It's the plan to work like that, but the Kukang Cafe was established or opened last year, in June of the last year, so it's from the very beginning. But there is a goal of the cafe supporting the program more and more, but now it's more that it enables the project, the Kukang Coffee project to work.
But if you would cut all these activities which are education and stuff, when you just speak about the farmers itself, the production of the coffee and selling it here, it will be self-sustainable even now?
It's but the most of the money are going to pay employees in Kukan coffee and to buy the coffee and all these things around. We have because we are a non-profit organization, so we have the grants and
but still, I mean, farmers are happy they get the money.
But it is this re-established. It's mostly because we wanna give the financial benefits to the farmers. Because it's really nice, it has to go together like education and protection and these things. But if they don't have really like financial benefit from the conservation, it's really hard to do something.
Yeah,
especially
if you think about the zoo, who is one day saying we have different interests, we go somewhere else. You still have the farmers which are going no poaching business, and you still can run. Right?
Let's say, the zoos help us pay the part of the team, you know, those 3 guys or, you know, that work there as field assistants and as the Kukan coffee, you know, management team, or how to say it. They are paid mainly by zoos, but the money that goes to the farmers for the coffee, it's from the Kukan Coffee project, from the sales in the cafe. So this should work. Yes?
I would say that Kukan Coffee is really non-profit organization. It was very beautiful to see in spring because the guys from the coffee in Skeleton made more than 5,000 coffees for free for hospital management in Stinaladen. And it's fantastic that they support not only nature conservation, but as well our social projects, or say engagement. It was very nice, and I think it was very welcome in Stinaladen. And it shows that the profit is not definitely the target.
I was there, and it was really nice. So many people came, and we're very happy that we offer them actually in this like hard time in the hospital, that we offer something for free and nice for them. And it's not for the online audience, sorry, but I left them some leaflets about us and some more things, so you can take them like, if you are interested. And for the online listeners, you can just have a look at our website.
Excellent.
Yeah, I think it would be very nice if such project can run like itself. Yeah, that, for example, some NGO can start to run such project without support from zoos or without subsidies, because this can run like long term. It's just based on the benefit, like economical benefit can support the protection of the species.
And I would also like to add that the cafe is also a good place that people can actually get some information. What we are doing about another conservation stories and things which is happening all over the world. So we are also the places that we don't just sell the cafe, but we also have like videos there and all this information.
And also we minimize the plastics there, so we offer soft drinks only in class, and we use some bamboo or paper straws and so on things. Yeah, but I think, as you said, I think that this way is one of the best ways, just to you know, let the local people you know, have the profit from the conservation without any special inputs from outside. Yes, because unfortunately the COVID times show that conservation is really hugely dependent on these inputs from outside. And I didn't say this during the presentation, but even though the COVID time is quite rough for conservation activities around the world, we were quite, let's say, well, yeah, we were also influenced by this, but also this was quite a good year for us in the fields area, because the project worked. I mean, the Kukan Coffee project worked quite well, and we opened the cafe, and the conservation and the stop on illegal hunting of animals could continue.
because of the Trkmanka project. So, you know, even the COVID didn't stop our activities in the field area. And the project worked, so it was good.
Spectacular. It's been great. So I agree that maybe this sustainability of projects, so this independence should be one of our main topics for the roundtables. Maybe not today, but tomorrow we will have more time to discuss these things. And I think we should really focus on that because it's one of the most important things. Mm-hmm. But for now, we are going a bit late, I think. So we would like to thank you for a nice project. Thank you very much. Okay. So Nando, can you? Yeah, now right away we have yes, we have Jamie Copsey from IUCN, the Conservation Planning Specialist Group, and we have him already in the call, and I'm going to let him in. It looks like we are finally catching up. Hi, Jamie, and thank you for the patience.
Pleasure. So that's actually very good timing. Normally in conferences, one ends up, you know, the time drags on massively. So you've done, it sounds like you're managing it very,
only the beginning.
Very well.
It can only get worse.
You're doing it very well.
Okay. So, well, I will give you permission.
Yes,
yeah, you
did
it?
I think
multiple.
Okay.
Esto es lo que cambia.
Vale. Okay.
Now
Okay. Now you can share your presentation.
Okay.
Perfect. Great. Okay, so all yours.
Okay, great. So how many people are there just now, actually? Just so I've got an idea, or are they
We can show you. You can see them.
They're on screen. Oh, we're all there in person.
This is your audience.
Make noise, make noise.
How are you doing? Hola a todos.
Tight COVID audience, but we have many more in YouTube.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay. So thanks very much for inviting me. What I wanted to, I'm not sure whether or not you are aware of the organization that I work for, the Conservation Planning Specialist Group, which is one of the specialist groups of the Species Survival Commission, which is one of the commissions of the IUCN. And I'm not sure whether you are familiar with our approach to species conservation planning and some relatively recent work that we've published to guide others in what we see as effective, what seems to be effective species conservation planning processes. And so I'm taking this opportunity to share with you not really the practical steps, because they will vary depending on the context, but to share with you the underlying values that should be the foundation of any planning process that you use, as far as we are concerned and from our experience. It's obviously not the only way of doing it, it's not the only way of thinking about planning, but we believe, and we've got pretty good evidence for it now, that these principles seem to contribute to more effective plans being produced, i.e. plans that go on to be implemented effectively and have a positive impact on threatened species. And if you're more interested in areas rather than individual species, then I'd be interested to hear afterwards your thoughts on the relevance of these principles to conserving spaces as well as individual species, because I believe that they probably apply pretty well, but we can maybe pick that up in discussion. So just to introduce the group, CPSG actually started off as the captive breeding specialist group and then became the conservation breeding specialist group, and in 2017 with the mandate of the the current chair of the Species Survival Commission, to lead or to provide guidance for the wider commission on species conservation planning. CBSG changed to CPSG, the Conservation Planning Specialist Group. Now, throughout the 40 years of our existence, we have been working on and designing and applying collaborative conservation planning processes that bring together disparate groups, different stakeholders that may see the world differently, to develop shared plans for species that they care about. And we, over that time, we've run many hundreds of workshops that have been influential in the conservation work for a whole variety of species in a whole variety of countries. So I think these principles generally apply whatever context that you are working in. Now, it would be easier, and particularly if I had a look at the website linked to this group before, and there's obviously some very clever, knowledgeable, active, dynamic scientists that are involved in this group. And I think there's still a bit of a tendency for those people who care about something, whether it's a species or something else, to say, well, we want to do something, let's get together ourselves and just work out how it should happen. So getting a group of experts together who then develop a plan that says this is what is needed to recover this particular species or this species group or this area. That I think can produce a useful document, an overview of what is known or what we think we know, a sort of knowledge review, a status assessment, but often lacks sufficient buy-in from other groups that have power and also have an interest in the species to be able to turn that written word into practice on the ground. And so we believe very strongly that in order for this to happen, you need to bring people together. And they may see the world differently, and they may argue with each other. They may challenge each other over the information. They may challenge each other over how they feel that we should respond to the situation. But that interaction and the trust that is built, the understanding that is built as a consequence of the interaction is critical to the development of a plan that then people feel that they own it enough, they believe in it enough, that they will then put it into practice. And we're often working, and you will be in this space as well, in complexity, where we are, if we look along the bottom axis, if you replace technology to what we know about the system, we often find that we are far from certainty. Some people at a species level, some people may be confident that there are hundreds of individuals, others may feel actually it's in the tens. Some may feel that it's distributed over a much wider area than others feel. What is known about its biology, its ecology, how it interacts with threats. There's going to be a lot of uncertainty there, different perspectives on what is the truth. And then if you go up the side axis as well, there will be a diversity of views around what we do about it. Do we agree on the information? Do we agree on courses of action? Chances are there will be different opinions as to what is the right thing to do. So if we kind of triangulate, or not triangulate, because that requires three, but if we kind of come to it, if you imagine those lines coming together from far from agreement, from far from certainty, we end up in this complex space. And arguably at the moment with COVID and impacts on the wider sort of societal systems, we may be in this anarchic phase. We don't know what's going to happen next. What we are confident is that we are not dealing with simple systems. Okay, there is no, there's rarely a clearly defined truth or a single right way to do something. In fact, all of our decisions, no matter how scientifically robust we feel they are are fundamentally based on our values, what we care about, what we believe in. And so rather than trying to ignore that sort of softer side, the more personal side, the emotional side, we need to recognize that those different perspectives, bring them out into the open, discuss them, find areas of commonality, find areas of agreement, and identify how we can move forward together. Because if we don't, if we just move forward with a subset of views, then you may produce a plan that is well thought through, but it is unlikely that you will have had enough buy-in from others that they feel committed to putting it into practice. And if people don't feel part of it, they don't feel they own it, then it drops down the priority list. And so we find yet again another plan that sits on a shelf and doesn't get implemented. Now we have good evidence that this approach, this more collaborative approach, works. A recent publication by my colleague Caroline Lees and others this year, you can get this still. I can put it in a link afterwards to the paper. Looked at 30 to 40 case studies of species where we have developed a collaborative planning process for, and then she has tracked the trajectory of the species after that workshop to say where was it going to go according to the IUCN red listing, and where is it actually at now. And what we find is if we track before 5 years before where the species, the planning work happened to 15 years afterwards, that there's a pattern emerging of these workshops, these collaborative workshops being a pivot point, a point at which the species seem to diverge from that downward trajectory and begin to start stabilizing, and after 10 years or so, start to recover. Now, it's clearly not the plan that's making the recovery happen. It is the people that are doing the work on the ground. But we've looked at other confounding variables, and we could be pretty confident that it was the planning workshop and the catalyst that it provided that resulted in people doing better work together that contributed to the recovery of those species. So these processes work. And these processes are based on 7 foundational principles. You can think of them as the sort of roots of a tree, and we're going to look at those in a little bit more depth just now. Above the ground are what we call planning steps. And these are some of the practical steps you might take to actually put the principles into practice, going from preparing to plans through to learning and improving at the end of the process. I'm not going to focus on the steps, the bit above the line just now. We're going to look at the principles. What roots these processes? What do we see as central to their efficacy? So let's take a look at each of these 7 principles in turn, from plan to act through to adapt to changing circumstances. And then at the end, what we'll do is we'll open it up for questions, see whether or not you feel this resonates with your experience, or whether you have any questions about what is presented. So plan to act may seem like a blatantly obvious statement to make. You're designing a plan in order to see some change on the ground. We feel it is important to keep that front and center in your mind, because it means that there is no one way to do planning for threatened species. You need to think about where is it that people want to get to, what is it they need to do the work they want to with the species, and then from that point, work out how do we help them to get there? How do we plot the journey that they will then take? So every planning process will be tailored to suit the needs of the species, the needs of the group, in order to be most likely that the plan that is produced ends up being put into practice. And an illustration of this in terms of changing processes was some work we did earlier on this year I was involved in with leatherback turtles. And what became clear was that the group, they didn't need to make a plan for the species. They were trying to make a decision over whether or not ex situ management should, at the moment, form part of its recovery efforts. And so the process was tailored to suit that particular decision that they wanted to make. And we also had to do it online as opposed to in person. So we had to make other modifications to be most likely that it produces a decision that they will then go on and use. The second principle is promote inclusive participation. Whatever planning work you're doing, you need to think about who are the people who could have an impact on the project, who could be impacted by the project, and think about how you then include those people, not just them physically, but also ensuring that their voices are heard and valued within the process, so that they feel as if they have actually been listened to, that they have been able to influence the plan that comes out. And an illustration of this is in Argentina and Brazil from, again, earlier this year with sand tiger sharks. And as well as, again, it had to be online because of COVID, there were groups of fishers that clearly were a key stakeholder group to involve, but there was a sense that they wouldn't engage well with the online environment. They weren't going to sit on Zoom like we are now and be willing to share their thoughts and ideas. And so other means were developed to solicit, to gather information from those people. So there were online surveys that were produced. It was a very visual survey that they could look at on their mobile phones. We asked them to do videos on their phones as well, talking about what they care about, what they need, what their interests are. And then there were also some semi-structured interviews that were done with people meeting them in person. Now, that wasn't ideal. Really, ideally, they'd all be involved in the workshop. But because we recognized that they would not feel comfortable participating in that workshop setting, we had to go to them to try and gather their thoughts and views to include within the process. The third principle is use sound science. So basing decisions on the best available information. And that might be well-informed assumptions. It may be experience. It doesn't have to be scientifically collected data, but it is the best available information that you have got. And we often will use population viability analysis modeling, as was done here with the tamarau, a forest buffalo in the Philippines 18 months ago, no, it was 2 years ago now, where the PVA tool Vortex was used to model the trajectory of the species based on the best available information from all stakeholders, where it was going to if nothing happened, and what the likely impact of different interventions would be to help the groups to settle on the most appropriate strategies. And in fact, the results of this PVA analysis were presented in the final section of the workshop, and a minister was very struck by the graph that came out of this sort of catastrophic decline if nothing happened, and she committed there and then to support the plan for the species and to ensure that it was put into practice. So using best available information, there's a period of time that needs to be used to gather what's available on paper or online, and then obviously utilizing what's in people's heads within the workshop process to base the decisions on. And the fourth principle kind of brings together those first three, where we see a critical step in designing the process itself, not just the content of the discussions, but thinking about how long do people need to be together for, what are the steps they're going to go through to help them to make the decisions they need to solve the problems they need to, etc. What tools might be used, what are the interpersonal skills that are required to enable them to develop the most effective plan. And one challenging aspect of this is to ensure neutral facilitation, that the people who are helping to run the process should be removed enough from the process that they do not require or feel strongly about a particular outcome beyond producing an effective plan, but they don't feel that the species has got to be reintroduced, or we need to do some sort of ex situ management or some other, it's got to be community, we've got to do community livelihoods development work. If you feel sort of strongly that you have something to contribute to the content, then you should be a participant, not a facilitator. The facilitator needs to be able to remain neutral so that the stakeholders can feel trust in the process and therefore believe in the plan that comes out the other end. Reaching decisions through consensus is central. So there are going to be periods of time within any planning process where people are diverging and generating ideas, generating information. And then there will be points in the process where they need to agree. What's the most important information? What are we going to do about it? What are our goals? What are the actions? And at these decision points, that's where you need to really think carefully about how you use thinking tools to help groups to develop consensus. This was critical in recovery work. It was something I was involved in 2 years back with wildcats in Scotland, where they had done an external review of the project and were having to think about to what extent do we use the recommendations from this report to inform our remaining strategy. And so it actually involved the group deciding to move down from working in 7 sites to working in 1 site. And that was quite a big shift, but it actually was very liberating for those people involved, because it meant that all researchers, they weren't spreading themselves thin, trying to do a little bit in all these different areas. They could focus their limited resources on one particular area. But that took a process of consensus building to help them to agree, yes, this is what we need to do going forward. The 6th principle is around generating and sharing products quickly. So getting the results of any planning process out, not just to stakeholders, but to other people who you may not realize, but could be influential in the implementation side. So an illustration of this was actually the last time I got on a plane, which was from March 2020, when we were in the Azores doing work to develop a recovery plan for 40 or so species of snail on one of the islands there. And we shared the draft results of the process, the workshop, the day after the workshop. And it just happened to coincide with a member of government, a regional government, doing a tour of the islands and wanting to have good things to talk about. And he picked up this story and then publicly announced on radio that he was going to support the project, that they would go for EU funding for the project, which they actually did, and they managed to secure EU life funding for this bunch of snails, which often is not going to be high on anyone's priority list. But that just took very quickly getting the information out, even though it wasn't polished, it wasn't finished. But it was ensuring that it was distributed, because you do not know how that information could be picked up and then used that would be a benefit to the things you care about. And lastly, adapting to changing circumstances. So in the same way as the plan itself should not be written in stone, it should be open to a review and evaluation as new information comes on board. So too should the planning process. So for Moroccan raptors that I'm involved in just now, we had a process we had 1 workshop in person. We then had to shift to online. That didn't seem to work terribly well, and we didn't really get the engagement that we needed. So we're now shifting back to an in-person workshop in January, where hopefully the plan will then be produced. So adapting to the circumstances to try and make sure you keep your eye on the prize, which is to develop a plan that is most likely to be implemented. So these 7 principles underpin all of the work that we do. We feel that they're important foundations for any planning work that should be applied, particularly to species. They're not saying what you should do, they're saying what you should be thinking about as you design the planning process. You know, how are we making sure we're planning to act? Are we being inclusive in the participation? How are we ensuring that the best available information is used? These sorts of, if you turn these principles into questions, then they can be quite helpful guide. And these principles are sort of infused or are embedded within a whole variety of guidelines produced through the IUCN, whether it's to do with ex situ management, disease risk analysis, or facilitation of these, excuse me, of these processes. And you can get the document on the principles and steps to planning. You can get it from the IUCN website or direct from www.cpsg.org. Excuse me 1 second. These principles also are embedded in the different tools and processes that we've developed that can be useful to groups such as yours, whether it's to do with working with government and saying what we can do for them. The assess to plan process is one in which we working out how do we help groups take very speciose groups of species and work out how to plan for them in subgroups. So are there some species that all have similar threats and therefore could be planned for as a group, or are there some species that require similar interventions and so could be planned for as a group? So this assess to plan process is a participative one that helps people move from kind of red listing through to planning and most effectively. It's population viability analysis tools we talked about, wildlife disease simulation models, and assessments for those people working ex situ in captivity. We also provide a variety of support for people wanting to get involved in improve their abilities in conservation planning, whether it's training, mentoring, etc., on these participative collaborative planning processes. And this all kind of sits within this framework of hopefully the world or the governments of the world coming together and developing a particular statement, a much clearer goal linked to species and their recovery. And so all of this work is geared towards supporting groups and individuals who care for species to be able to work out how do we make sure that we do reduce extinction risk and we do increase the abundance of certain species, of threatened species by a period of time. Okay, so that really is the, I've sort of come to an end there on those principles of planning. And so it's over to you to say, well, whether or not you have any questions or comments you'd like to make linked to what I've presented.
Okay. Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so is there any question?
I have a burning one just to start. So, like in all your experience and clearly you have been thinking a lot about all of this process. What's the error you keep on seeing over and over in conservation projects, the one that you see most often?
I think we're still at an early stage in our much earlier than the development sector, in recognizing the need to think about the thinking. So to actually think carefully about how we get people to reach agreement. What I think we do too much in conservation is say, we like working with that person, we don't like working with that person doesn't agree with me anyway, so I'm going to go ahead and do my thing. And so we almost celebrate individuality. You know, these charismatic, often people who sometimes do incredible things, but I think we currently in the conservation sector have only examples of good work. We don't have the answer because we're working at such a small scale. And I think that's partly because we still are uncomfortable with collaboration and working with people who may think very differently to us, but will be central to the success of the thing that we care about. And it's not just a question of giving time to it. We do need to, there's also a recognition that this is a discipline in itself. And I think it should be that all conservation biology courses should have a component of facilitation skills development, because that's what we have to do in conservation, but we don't. All of the courses are, or not all of the courses, most of the courses I've seen are still linked to ecology, biology, which all is good, it's great, genetics, etc., but is insufficient when we come to the practice of conservation.
Yeah. There are so many nodes to connect. It's so difficult. Which ones are the basis? And then you have to go also through the information, but also how to talk to people. It's a monster project in itself. Yep. Okay, I'm going to open to the rest of the room. Okay. You can go ahead, Katerina. Yeah, we were thinking that it would be nice to add a general view for the presenter. It's so difficult, I imagine, to give a talk to a blank screen.
Yeah, it's nice to see people.
COVID times are tough. Perfect. We are getting better and better.
Okay, so any question?
Okay, I will have the first question. I want to ask how you work like a group, in the way that you, for example, have a web page where is a lot of things like library, you organize webinars for people. But if, for example, some small organization want to really some detailed advice or want to cooperate with you in some projects, and you have a lot of experienced people and experts, so how is it? Everybody can call you or write you and you help, or?
We get, much of our time is taken up with people who approach us and say, we've got this species or this species group that we're concerned about. Could you help us design, help us plan what we do? And so we're working with 50 or so projects a year, helping them to design plans for their species, where we often will come in to be the facilitator and the process designer. But increasingly, and this is my main area, we are training and mentoring others so that they can do it for themselves. And so we can support by helping to design and facilitate planning processes, but you can also contact us and say, interested in training in this area, what have you got available? We do have an online course in facilitating species conservation planning workshops, which it is a selected course, and we do give priority to people who are likely to use the skills to design plans for threatened species. But it is a free course that's available. In fact, today I was just sorting out dates for the next one. So it'll probably be around the 7th of March next year. And you can apply, you can go to the CPSG website. You can actually sign up at the website for the e-news that will then tell you when different resources are coming out, whether it's training, guidelines, or planning clinics. We're starting to run planning clinics as well, where people can bring their projects to an online forum, and there are people there who can give advice to help you solve particular problems.
Okay. Will you start there?
Hello. I just would like to ask you about your experience with about conservation of which species or which group of species is the most difficult to get the consensus on, if I'm clear. You know?
I think the more where you, I don't know if an answer would be as the species becomes more charismatic, then the challenges of getting consensus increase. So it's, I think it's actually easier dealing with species such as snails in the Azores than dealing with Sumatran rhinos or mountain gorillas. We do work with all of those, and we do get plans produced, but I think you have people, it's linked to partly linked to people's devotion to those species. Where you have species that have absorbed, where people have not had families or they've ignored their families because they're just thinking about that species. They worked for 40 years with that species, dealing with malaria and dealing with all these other things that rebel groups and risking lives and things like that. Where you've got these people who are so wedded to the species, which is amazing. That's when you've got people. When you have a number of those sorts of people coming together, that becomes more challenging just because they have very strong views. That is, they are the decisions around the species are perceived as being some decisions around their own validity as people. So when people become very close to the species and you've got lots of people doing that, that's when complexity increases because it is connected to how people see themselves, not just the species, but how people perceive themselves. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Hello.
Hi there.
You mentioned that it's quite much the conservation is far much to do with the people, to discuss with them the things. And I have a question. Do you have some experience with people who are living not in the democratic states? Like in former times in Czech Republic, during the communism, there was no discussion, public discussion, and people are simply not open to discuss. They think something, but they don't express it. So it's very difficult to approach them, and then this makes some consensus really difficult because you cannot even connect with them. You have some experience.
Yes, not
democratic.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know, some parties or whatever.
I think, yes, so we as a group do, and we have worked a certain amount in China and other places where there are more there are different approaches to how you manage and lead countries. And I think there is, I don't know whether there's, groups which, in situations where there is a lot of power sitting with a very few, they can be double-edged. In some ways, they can be very positive because if somebody decides that this is what's going to happen, and it's a good thing for the species, then good things can happen. Much easier than if you were trying to do it in Britain or the US or where you guys are. But I think more of an issue or more of a challenge is thinking about the cultural differences in how people make decisions and the extent to which people feel comfortable, willing to see others equally. So even if you might say it as a ground rule that we need to view everyone has equal value in this room, if the culture is one that is very hierarchical, then it may take, you may need to think extra carefully about how you get people to actually say what they mean and be willing to and open to other people's perspectives who in everyday life they wouldn't need to listen to because they're the boss. So I think where you have hierarchies, strong hierarchies in place, and that's the cultural norm, then I think it becomes that bit more challenging. It's not impossible at all, it just becomes that bit more challenging.
Any more questions?
Hi. I would like to ask if you have always like feedback from your conservation planning from the people who implement these things actually in the field. Maybe the feedback is positive or it's how it's working. You have this.
Yeah, so it doesn't always work, but we collect data from people straight after the workshops or in the workshops, so we get a sense of how did they find that it added more information? Do they feel as if they've developed their understanding of other people and other perspectives? Have they developed links with other groups? So we collect data from the workshops. We then also do reviews like Caroline did with that study that showed the impact on species. And then there's a book that's a good one to get, which is, it's not got a very nice title, but it's called Experiments in Consilience. And it's by a lady called Frances Wesley and a colleague of mine, Phil Miller. And it is a review of 20 or so projects where follow-up was done with the people from within those projects to look at what happened and how the process was designed, how effective it was or not, what was learned from it as well. What I think we need to do is still some work following up with individuals from within those projects 5, 10, 15 years afterwards to say not just about the species and whether or not that's had been changed, but how has it influenced management decisions? How has it influenced culture within the projects? How has it influenced leadership? We know from some unpublished work that leadership is a big issue. Where you have poor leadership within projects, you have poor projects. But that's not surprising. But leadership is an important aspect to kind of get right. There's always more, though, that we could be collecting, and it's hugely complex. Obviously, there are lots of variables that could influence whether or not a project is successful, and the planning process is only one of those. But we're starting on that journey of collecting more data. If there are people who are interested in helping us on doing that, then I'm sure there are other questions we can answer as well.
More questions? Okay. Thank you so much, David. Lots to think about. It would be so nice to have you here in one of the central discussions. That'd
be lovely.
Yeah,
absolutely. We'll stay in touch, and good luck with the rest of this this conference. And yeah, please do get in touch if you have any questions or comments. Then yeah, just drop me a line, and very happy to respond.
Fantastic.
All right. Keep on doing good conservation work. Put the species first. Put the species first. All right. Thank you very much. Cheers. Bye now. Bye.
Thank you, everyone. We have made it to the break. So for people online, we'll be back in around 20 minutes. Okay, whatever that is.
And we will leave some. I send it to the Slack.
Okay. Okay. Don't go.
Don't go away.
Don't go away. We're here in 20 minutes. Okay. Bye bye.
No.
Sí, primero quitamos el audio.
Ah, sí, sí. Vale, vale.
Hello again.
Hello, everyone.
Okay, let's go with the final round.
The final countdown. Thank you for the patience. We, of course, have lots to arrange. So now we start the afternoon session with our colleague Václav Beran. Jaroslav. It was his fault that we didn't know the name. And he's going to talk about his work with the peregrine falcons, breeding of peregrine falcons in industrial areas.
Oh.
And he does so in representation of the museum at Justin at Laven and ALKA Wildlife. So whenever you want, my friend. Now this is the part that we cut. And then immediately you appear like smoothly, everything happens. I'm gonna reply. As always, everybody, you can ask your questions in the chat.
Okay, inicial video.
And we will tell them. We will tell the presenter.
Dale a iniciar vídeo.
Can we close those doors?
Sí. Y ahora dale.
No, porque si no, no va a salir la previsión. Esto. La pantalla completa. Okay. The last one. So, right.
There we go. It's not properly.
Sí.
No. I have a knot in my brain.
Okay.
Okay, so, everything ready?
All yours.
So, good afternoon. Before you heard many very nice speeches, so this one will be very light. If you need to do something important, I think it's time just now. I will talk about breeding in industrial areas because nest boxes are a new lifestyle for peregrines, even in Czech Republic. Okay. So peregrine falcons are an icon for nature conservationists and were in focus on people for thousands of years. They were used as falcon birds for really thousands of years, but mainly people didn't like them, I would say, in history, because during the First World War, they were really enemies because we were catching pigeons, carrying important messages between armies and so on. So they were really enemy number one. Of course, falconers don't like them, but peregrines manage it until these days. And ornithologists were used to watch them in pristine nature in national parks and protected areas. But times are changing, and as well peregrines. So here I can illustrate that the prey stay the same, but the environments changed a lot. So in these days, peregrines are breeding and distributed all over the world, but not only in pristine nature, but as well and in industrial areas and very changed landscape. And probably they take big advantage of this environment. So as well that were left aside, but since 2011 they are breeding as well in beautiful industrial complexes like chemical factories and power plants and anything you can imagine. And here you can see the development of the population. Peregrines got extinct in Czech Republic in 1960s due to use of chemicals in agriculture. It was not only the DDT, but as well many other chemicals on base of chlor. And the population collapsed for, let's say, 30 years. And in 1994, we had first proof pair that was trying to breed. And then peregrines are continually increasing. The story in other countries changed already in last years. We have many Spanish colleagues here. So in Spain, the degree again going down, and in other countries like Switzerland as well. The very optimistic part of the population development. So this is the peregrines on industrial birding in Czech Republic. It's a Tušimice power plant, and this used to be the highest chimney in the Czech Republic, and the chimney is not there anymore, but peregrines survived, and we found, or the breeding was discovered only thanks to the workers that were climbing up, getting the chimney ready to be cut it down. So they climbed up to the top to 300 meters, and they found peregrine. The beauty you can see. So peregrines lay their eggs in these cables, and I'm very surprised that the workers recognized it's a peregrine, that it is a problem, and they called me, and we started to discuss it, what to do with it, and we said, okay, we have to stop the demolition. The demolition was very expensive. It was several tens of millions of Czech crowns, but the company stopped everything, and then peregrines put theirs. Unfortunately, you see the nest was very nice, so nothing happened. The eggs were already cold, and so the work could continue quite quickly. But we installed the first in this complex, and peregrines are breeding there since 2011 every year. But they really are not builders. They don't species like ravens or raptors. Sometimes they can breed even on the ground, but to find a place where to lay eggs. So they try as they can. This is very close to the place where I live. It's in Teplice, and it is last year there was a chimney that I didn't control, and peregrines wanted to breed there, so they used this cable box to try to breed, but they failed. So the only or the very few cases that peregrines made it without nest box on the building is this power plant. You see it's brand new and in very good stage. So the peregrines choose this brick layer. It is actually I don't know how to go back. Left arrow. Okay. It's in Spanish, so more and more challenge. So here you can see that it's really not height, only 30 meters. Usually peregrines on the buildings breed much higher. But here this was a nice place, but all the traffic for the power plant is happening here just under the nest. So I was very skeptic that the breeding will be successful, but they made it. And then we installed the nest box, and since then they are breeding up here in 120 meters. So when they have the opportunity, they go as high as possible. So here are chicks that then fledged away. And it's quite peculiar, or many people can be surprised that sometimes it's very difficult to find the peregrines in the industrial buildings or complexes. And many ornithologists don't see them at all. This is, let's say, mid-sized chimney, nothing special. And you see the two dots it's a pair of peregrines. this is, let's say, small chimney. The diameter is quite small, and birds are quite well visible there, but these are usually exceptions, and mainly peregrines prefer these huge chimneys that are more than 100 meters high and in diameter, let's say, more than 20 meters, so can be quite well hidden. And if you really don't go, especially for the peregrines on the chimney, you can very easily miss them, and can sometimes cause very, let's say, funny stories, because in one factory, I went to the director to ask him if they could set up the nest box for peregrines, that they have the pair there and would be very kind of them to help them. And he was very nice and said, okay, we will set up the nest box. And next day I had a very angry call that why I do this, why I tease him like this, that he has an ornithologist in the complex, and he said that peregrine was never there seen. So next day I took the binoculars with the ornithologist. We went for the excursion, and I showed him that the pair is already ready on the chimney. So it happens. Here you can see again very nice view, pristine nature. Here is a peregrine couple. You can see that the difference between male and female in size can be very huge. This is on the right. There is big female, and on the left is a very small male. This one was too small for the female, so he was feeding her while sitting on the eggs only with blue teats and sparrows and so on. And female was very angry, so next year he was changed. She changed him for a bigger one. And even when peregrines are at flight in the buildings or in the complex, they can be easily overlooked, because there are many like constructions and steam from the chimneys and so on. So even in flying, they can be overlooked easily. But once you are sure you want, it's a good place for peregrines. We have to set up the nest box. It's funny part. Of course, it's very easy to get to the nest box to 150 meters high. At the beginning, usually there was a specialized company with very experienced people installing the nest boxes. In these days, usually I do it by myself, because it looks very dramatically, but it's not. We made the nest boxes from aluminium, so they are not very heavy and can last for years up in the right. Here, this is one of the options that the firefighters from the big companies are helping to install the nest box. Here, putting the keramzit inside for peregrines to have soft place for eggs. Of course, it's very hard to decide which is the right side where to place it. So you need a drawing. But at the beginning, we didn't realize that it's really important. Now we know that the best position is on the north part of the chimney, with the entrance to the east, because usually from the west, and the north part is very good when you have a very hot days. So the nest box is in the shadow of the chimney. So the position is quite important, but usually peregrines are very grateful for any nest box. So it looks like this, 60 to 60 centimeters. This one is very special because you can see it's bright red outside and nice white inside. It's because it's in Orlen, Pekka and Orlen Unipetrol chemical factory, and their typical colors are red and white. So even peregrines have to have the nest box in the colors, but they don't mind. It can be pink. They really don't mind. The view from the nest box is really very nice. Everybody would love to live there. And here you can see how our project is successful. It's very nice to illustrate how tricky it can be. I really could say that thanks to us, we have more than 30 pairs breeding already on the buildings. But I would say it's very important to choose the proper species, because we
This peregrine is increasing very quickly, and we only put the nest box there and he is using it. So it's very easy for us to get these beautiful results. And the trend is still positive and increasing every year. And the number of chicks fledged in this artificial environment is much higher than on nature rocks, because it's really very quiet there. Nobody is climbing up there, so there are no tourists, no rock climbers, no tramps, nothing. It's very, very, only Greenpeace can cause problems sometimes. And the food supply in the surrounding of this industrial complexes is very rich as well. So peregrines really like it very much, and because it's modern to breed in the nest boxes, and everything modern is coming from the West. So it's the same story with peregrines. The different colors are not so important now. Only the brown nest boxes are those that are not used yet. So you can see that the used nest boxes are concentrated on the West. And we already have some places more to the east where peregrines already breed. And of course, we didn't teach the peregrines to breed on the industrial buildings. Germans did, of course, as well. We are not the first again. This behavior appeared in Germany in the 90s. They were supporting peregrine falcons massively there with the nest boxes, releasing captive bred peregrines and so on. And very quickly the urban population, or let's say industrial population, started there, and they are spreading from the west to the east to Czech Republic. And it's very typical that the birds that were born in the industrial area or industrial building is breeding again on the building. So they don't prefer to breed on the rocks, but they love to breed on the buildings. So it's, let's say, subpopulation in our nature population. It's interesting that birds born on the rocks don't mind the chimneys and the industrial buildings. So we have many birds that left the pristine nature. And when you climb up the chimney and you didn't have any observation of peregrine before, you can find out easily that peregrines are already there, because leftovers of birds can be found on the top of the chimneys. So this poor woodcock didn't make probably its migration and was flying in a bad position very close to the chimney. Very often pigeons are the victims, and sometimes it's quite messy up there already before the breeding starts. But once the nest box is installed and you see this, it's a good sign that it's promising, and the breeding can happen very quickly. But it's not always like this, because the peregrines in the Republic from the north, it's Calidus subspecies. They love our nest boxes as well to rest and spend the winter there. So sometimes happens that they stay there up to the spring and then leave to the north. But usually this is a good sign. And when you see a couple close to the nest box, then it's very good, and probably the breeding is on the way. And then you can see this beautiful mess with also wearing them with colorings, and then follow their life. They are really beautiful. So people love them as well, and we try to use modern devices as well to track them. I wear the same as you can see here in the corner. So it's really me up there, and the photo traps are really great tool to find many information about peregrines. But even better are the web cameras. It's very easy to install it there. You have electricity, usually data or connection to internet is no problem, and people really love to watch on the couple taking care about the chicks and so on. And it's very popular even for the workers in those companies. And I found out it's a very powerful tool how to inform about nature conservation, those groups that we usually even can't reach with other standard ways. We do like education and so on. And in this case, it's in Ustina Labem. I was surprised because this year the peregrines were breeding for the first time. And before I got from the entrance under the chimney, 4 men came to me and asked me many questions about the peregrines, how many eggs they have. And we have a bet that they were real 4 chicks and so on. So they are really enjudged, and it's very nice tool. And of course, you can get peculiar details about. Unfortunately, they are not mating in the nest box; they are mating somewhere else. So found other ways how to improve our voyeur skills. But you really see that this parent arguing is very common here. This is small male ring, as you can see, and big female, and he's supplying female with food, and then has to fly away because female could be aggressive. Sometimes we can see other species as well in the nest boxes. This is a Saker falcon, even more endangered species of large falcons that is trying to breed. This one not far from here in Dukovany, our plant. This female was there alone, but was stronger and bigger than the pair of peregrines, so she occupied are very popular, and we have quite many activities on them. We made a web page, sokolinakominech.cz. If you are interested, you can have a web cameras and all the information on one side. So you are very welcome here. I would like to thank to many photographers. I used their pictures in this presentation and it didn't show their name, so thanks. It's gonna stay on YouTube. And of course, to be safety against coronavirus, it's important on every place, so even on a very high chimney. Thank you for your attention, and I'm looking forward to your questions.
Thank you, Vasek.
Thank you, Vasek.
It's always a pleasure to listen to your adventures. So, do we have?
Yeah. Is there any question? In the meantime, I can. Yeah. Just a second. One second. Just 1 second.
We will make everything is ready.
Okay.
I'd like to ask, I heard that you once found eggs. Is it right? I don't know anything about it, but how can it happen?
Yeah, I was very surprised as well. It was in Cordially power plant. There were 2 nest boxes, one on the chimney and second on the cooling tower. And that one was used by peregrines only as storage of food. They were not breeding, they were breeding on the chimney. So I didn't check this nest box, let's say, every year. And it was a mistake because when I climbed up there, I found 6 eggs of geese up on the cooling tower, and I was very surprised. But it was not as surprising as I thought, because it was not the wild goose, but it was the Egyptian goose, this non-native species that loves to breed on a nest and high structures. But it was the first proof breeding in Czech Republic, so high. It was not successful. I didn't know the reason, but next year I met workers that did something down on the ground, and they told me beautiful stories that the goose was trying to approach the nest box and the peregrine. They're attacking the goose very, very aggressively. So probably the peregrines prevented the goose to breed successfully. But I was very curious what happened with the chicks jumping down from the huge tower. It would be, and I think complicated, very, very complicated.
Okay.
Size in industrial area and in natural rocks, for example, in
yeah, the population on rocks is still increasing, but very slowly because all the suitable rocks are, let's say, occupied. So now we have, I think, 90 pairs, 90 to 80 to 100 pairs breeding on rocks, and let's say 35 pairs breeding on industrial buildings. But I think if the trend will be like this in, let's say, 10 years, it could be 1 to 1. Like there will be the same number of pairs on non-natural breeding sites. Because in Germany they already started to breed even on electrical pylons and on bridges with nest boxes. So we will see what will happen.
I didn't address it, but I think we didn't address it. But I think not it about the money. How is the money? How is it about the money? How the money
That's a good question.
Yeah, that's a good question. This project is mainly paid by the companies that have the peregrine breeding in, because they are very happy to have peregrines. It's a very good advertisement for them. Sometimes it could be even called greenwashing, I am afraid, but I'm involved in, so it's definitely not greenwashing. It's a nature conservation. Yeah, so we don't need money from state or from some project grants. It's paid all by and we can private for companies, and we can. And it opened us doors to many companies with other projects, conservation projects. They sometimes offer us people that could help us while team building, or the companies are, when they see the effect of peregrines, they are sometimes really very keen on other projects and other support, but it's very often limited by time and capacities.
Given the success of the webcams and this keeping people engaged like this, do you think we could apply the same approach to other species in the Czech Republic, for example?
Yes, but of course sometimes it's very tricky because people don't know the biology properly and so on, and it can cause many different situations, difficult situations.
Let's say we story the white storage this year that the white storage better, the chicks were better,
the chicks were dying, and people wanted the nature conservationists to help them and to do something, not to let them die. Sometimes in case of peregrines, the pigeon keepers complain that they are eating pigeons and so on, or people see that the chicks are running on the chimney, not already they are out of the nest point, but still can't fly, and they call me that they can't get back to the nest box and so on. So yeah, it's popular, people like it, but can create some problems. But for example, with offshore would be quite difficult to do stuff.
And did I ask? And did you have any you don't want them there, they do some messing or some it's just like we don't want to support to them breeding.
Yeah, it happens. It happens. Usually it's not because of the mess, but it's because they are scared that this protected species will breed in their company and that this will cause legislative problems to them. They would like to build something. We say, no, you can't, there is the green. Usually it's this awareness, like this problem, but when the more net boxes we have, the easier it is to tell them that it's you can say look, we have the net boxes of power plants, nuclear power plants, manufacturing, they don't have any problem. We can call them and ask, and so year by year it's easier and easier, complicated. But still we have some cases, like in Pavlovice, there is nice factory, we would like to have the nest box, but the director like it. And he said, so here is the airplane corridor. Very good argument. Go over. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so now it's...
You can stop sharing.
See.
And now it's the turn of the other one of the brave Spaniards that came all the way to the Cristina Amador.
Presentation is about program, Spanish wind farms. So we are.
Okay. Can you help me?
And it will be her very own experience working there. So that's very interesting. I've heard some stories.
Ay, a mí no me importa no verme.
No.
A ver.
I know, again. Is this now, right now? Is that multiple sharing thing?
Perfecto. Oh, Dios. Okay. So I think we got it. Yes. So Cristina.
Okay. So good afternoon. I'm Cristina, and I'm going to talk about, of course, wildlife conservation in human landscape. So in this case, wildlife is soaring birds, raptors, and the gliders, and the human landscape is going to be wind farms. And here you can see a blade with the griffon vultures. So wind energy is very important. No.
Sorry.
Yeah.
No, it's great. It's okay.
See? So my job consists on stopping turbines when birds come close to them. Sometimes I'm fighting against the turbines like Don Quixote. And we all know this landscape and we all know the problem with it. For example, this news say almost 500 griffon vultures have died in the windmills in a region in Spain. We cannot prescinde of wind energy. For example, on November 28th, so a few days ago, the energy of wind in Spain was the 52%. It's a very important source of energy. And it's free, it's clean, and operating turbine does not emit greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide, but we are not here to talk about renewable sources. We are here to talk about wildlife conservation. So in the last 15 years, wind energy has grown very much. We have in Spain more than 1,000 wind farms, that means more than 21,000 turbines that generate too much energy. So these are the problem with wind energy. This is a griffon vulture, and in my wind farm we have cattle. Imagine when a cow died, what about the vultures which live near? There are like 200 or 300 flying around the blades of the turbines, and we have to stop them. But my job is only exist on a region in the south of Spain, and we are going to see why. These are the migration for some species of raptors. This is a short-toothed eagle, Circaetus gallicus. This for booted eagle. This is for the Montagus harriers. And the last one is for Egyptian vulture. So this is the place which use the most of the raptors to the migration. So this is South Spain. We have more than almost 200 wind farms, most of them in this place. These are the windmills or the wind farms. Cádiz, the region, is one of the most windy regions in Spain, and that's why we have too much wind farms. It's the 7th region providing wind energy in Spain. And it's the place that the raptor uses to cross a strait, which is one of the bottleneck places. So the regional government commit the energy companies to introduce this kind of job. So in which consists the job? I'm going every morning and look for carcasses of dead animals, not only raptors or leaders or birds, but this is griffon vulture with the blades or of the turbines. Oh, we can. No. Okay. Yeah, that the Spaniard literally killing 6 million to 80 million, but it was like 5 years ago. So maybe now there are more wind turbines and there are more birds. Also, there is a problem with the bat because we cannot stop for the bat. But we have a protocol in the night, and the turbines which kill more bats, they are stopped. In mostly the days which less wind. We also, the sweet, they are the most frequently bird killing. And we have here castor, and you know, here the cows, it's crazy sometimes. But if the species is not
Vale, I think it's a drop in the internet connection that goes through, I don't know what. Y ahora, compartir.
Pero primero, ¿no?
Eso sí, eso lo comer.
Vale.
Y ahora te mandas a la que quiera falta. ¿Y ahora compartir pantalla?
Vale.
Aquí.
More dead animals. So. Okay. So the other part of searching for carcasses is just part of the job. You know, the energy company has like a fee to pay depending on the conservation status of the animal. If a griffon vulture dies, they have to pay 1,000 euros, which means I don't know how many Czech crowns. But if, for example, an Egyptian vulture dies, they have to pay 70,000 euros. So yeah, we have to be like very, yeah. If an Egyptian butcher dies, we are completely out of the company. Yeah. So yeah, it depends, but also it depends on the weather condition, because I told you, Cadiz is very windy, and the most of the days on the year we have a very strong wind, and you don't you don't know, okay, you know, but only with the experience. But at the beginning, you don't know the behavior or the flying behavior of the birds. So you have to be very careful. And now, as I said, at the beginning, maybe you don't know, but this is like analysis when the authors investigate the direction of the wind with the direction of the flying of the birds. And as you can see, in almost every direction, west side, east side, and north side, there is a very close relation, but not in the south. But you know, when you have east wind, the vulture goes in that direction. And here there is another graphic where you can see the most important thing when you analyze the causes of bird collision. The most important thing is the bird behavior. So the experience is something that we can know and see in the country when we are working. Vale, necesito poner un vídeo. Sí.
Ahora compartimos esto. Aquí. Sí, y aquí.
No,
no. NVLC, ¿verdad? Right.
Okay, well, the video is running. I'm going to tell you about this video because this was one of my last days working, because I'm not working anymore, as I said.
Yeah, otra vez eso.
Okay, I thought I want they to see how does it take to stop the turbines. ¿Sí?
No,
Es que no me puedo concentrar.
Ahí ves.
Vale.
Vale, ahora es ahora y...
Okay. So, yeah, as I said, I wanted to record how long does it take to stop the wind turbines, because you maybe you think that there is too much or too short, I don't know, but I saw the vultures, they were like 80 or more vultures flying around, but they were for a kilometer, and I said, okay, I know there was west wind, and I knew that they were coming to me. So I said, I'm going to stop, like, I'm going to take it easy. So, but I'm recording, and at this point, I stop. I send the command to stop because I didn't say, but we stopped with an app of the phone. And at this point, I'm stopping. I send the order. And it takes like 20 seconds, but they are like very long. You know. And now, yeah, yeah, it was close. And now we have more. Stop. Sí, sí. Ponlo, a ver, si quieres, más abajo. Sí, si quieres, sí. No, pero dale a pase diapositiva y pon desde diapositiva actual. Ah, y yo te estoy señalando aquí como si... ¿Dónde? Vale, vale, perfecto.
Vale, tú a lo tuyo. Ya.
Okay. So at that point, and that was crazy because when I finished the video, I have to stop all the turbines because they were on that direction, and the application stopped the function. So I have to call the Centro del Emergency Center or something like that. But at that moment, my boss called me at that phone and I said, "You have vultures?" And I said, "Yeah, I know, I'm trying to stop, so stop." And I said, "Okay, you called me, I need the phone to stop that." It was crazy, but fortunately, the vultures still alive, are still alive. In my experience, in this year, only 5 vultures have died, and one of them died with the turbines while the turbines were stopped. So maybe that was just natural selection. And I want to show you one study which was made before and after this environmental monitoring, if you want to call it. Okay. And the white is after the environmental monitoring was introduced, and the gray one are before. So the study was in 10 wind farms. That means 244 turbines. This is the distribution of Griffon vultures during the 2 study period. That were 135 before environmental monitoring, and not half, but almost half after that. And maybe you can think that because when we stop, we have the turbine stop like for 10 or 15 minutes until they come across the wind farm of the turbines. But the reduction in total energy production was only 0.07%. So I think it's worth it because if you don't stop, you have to pay like too much. And about this graphic, because as you can see, most of the deaths were in this period. This is the stupid vulture. We think that they learn to come across the turbine. We think that most of them, when they are resident, they live in our area, they know how to fly and don't come in the wind farm. So this in this season, October or November, we have the juvenile, the young vultures. So it's easier. They death and they have collision with the blade of the turbines. and other mitigation strategies, because maybe it could be very expensive to the energetic companies. We have in Andalusia, because not in Andalusia, but in the Cadiz, because the regional government commit them to do it. But there are another option in the painting a black plate, only a black plate, reduces 70% the death of the raptor. Not the vultures, but the other raptors. And thank you. Okay, the other one was, sorry, the cameras and new artificial intelligence, which can identify the shape of the bird and send a signal to the windmill and stop it when it's necessary. So thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions.
All right. Excellent. So thank you. Let us show you our audience here.
Very interesting experience. Very exciting too. Oof, must have been stressing.
Yeah.
Too many emotions.
Too many emotions. Stupid bird.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay, so we have questions. First of all,
29. Yeah, very nice. We have 29 turbines, but in March, April, and
November, we are 5 persons watching the sky, because that is the season where that is.
So, and it is for your permanent job? Yeah.
Yeah. And we work every day, and since the sunrise to the sunset.
And how many carcasses you found?
Yeah.
We found this year 5
kombuchas,
1 kombuchas, 1 wooded eagle, 2 kestrels, but the species is most frequently used is the pipistrellus, is abat. So maybe we can find like 3 pipistrellus per day in summer.
So, how long is your search?
Yeah, it's very difficult because you have to balance between the looking for carcasses and looking for the vultures or eagles. But we have to do like a kilometer per turbine, so more or less a kilometer, 5 or 6 kilometers around the turbine. Yeah.
And these numbers, the 3 pipistrellus per day, is for the whole team? Or...
Yeah, for the whole team.
Okay.
Is there a chance that another component will adopt this kind of strategy?
They are committed. Yeah, don't think so. Because I think it's expensive. If you just paint the day, is even better. But I think that will be a good option in the turbines which are near the bottleneck of the migration corridors. That would be necessary. So, no, the company, yeah, but they have to do it. They are committed to do it in the south of Spain. So there are an energetic company which pay to us, which are the environmental company, to do this job. So the money comes from the energy company, so from the people who pay energy.
And any idea what would be from total no money flow your job?
That is a very big secret. We try to know because between you and me, we are not well paid. So. So I don't think.
I think it's expensive. But
I think it's expensive, but I.
Cameras for AI recognition. What I know about AI and I mean, how far are the pictures? Like, how small are they? Is it working or is it not?
No, it's not working. We have two cameras but for the moment, I think they just like the beginning of the project. But
I mean, maybe it's not the question of AI, but the quality of the pics, of the camera, no? Because you must stop it when they are quite far away, so they're very small.
Yeah. They stop when small bear or come across just like I don't know, maybe a raven or something like that, but not when a vulture. So crazy.
Yeah. And why they make it like already the black the turbines, you know? If they already know that it's helping, so why it's like commercial and making it still white?
Yeah, but doesn't work with vultures. So we need this, and black blade are like a very new strategy. So they are just trying if it works, but even if it works, doesn't do it with Griffon vultures. That is we have the third population in Europe that then inhabit. Yeah.
I think it's because it's more visible for people and more the landscape and so on.
Like if it's like it's more disturbing.
I think so.
It's less like no.
No, you're
it's again
quite
light
out.
or
It's more visible.
Yeah.
But it is like okay, but it's really high. Yeah.
I would say it's very dangerous.
Okay. Thank you so much. Now for the last talk of the day. Our
should be one of those.
And Lucas will talk about the critically endangered European ground squirrel project here in the Czech Republic.
What is this running?
Well, I saw that in your down. Go out, Nando. Get out of here. Okay, we will turn down the camera.
Okay, so I just click
Okay.
here. So it's ready. Okay. Good afternoon. Last speech of the day, hopefully successfully managed. So I will speak about European ground squirrel, Saslik, which is critically endangered species in Czech Republic, also elsewhere. And I will speak briefly about how it became from the common species to critically endangered species, and then how we try with some commercial trademarks to help the species survive in the agricultural land of Czech Republic. So, European ground squirrel is the endemic species for Central and East Europe. So the distribution in Czech Republic is actually the most western part of its range, and it's spreading from Czech Republic to Balkan countries. In the 50s of 20th century, it was agricultural pest, and actually the species, the state was paying money to farmers to kill the animal, and it's also, you can see it in the name, which is like common, which means something that is really common, so it was everywhere. But today it's critically endangered, so 50 years later we are successfully eradicating our common species. Why that's happened? Typical Saslik habitat in the past was small field, orchard, vineyard, fields, roads, fallow land, pastures, simply any kind of somehow stepping habitat with relatively short grass that the Saslik have some overview about what's going on in this environment around, especially predators. So why did Saslik disappear from Czech Republic? It's simple. They lost the environment. We industrialized our agriculture in the way that we did quite some land consolidation. So our average field size in Czech Republic is now 5.9 hectares, which is really big. We lost a lot of edges, fallow lands, field roads, small meadows, and we lost many pastures. And you could see it also in the presentation in the morning with the field birds, how the landscape was in the 15th. This is the picture from this place here, Velké Pavlovice. In 50s of 20th century, it was really quite some small fields with different crops and pastures. And nowadays it's just few very big fields. So this is not the environment for the ground squirrel. So what has happened to the Saslik? Typical current locality in Czech Republic is simply short-cut grass localities such as airports, camps, golf courses. So simply some pieces of the land which is for the hobby activities for the people. And general landscape simply don't provide, agricultural landscape don't provide enough habitat for the species. Current distribution of Saslik colonies in the Czech Republic is very scattered. There are about 40 localities which are very isolated. The red ones are the ones which I said in this typical artificial grass cut short airports and so on. The yellow ones are the remains which are like here in Pavlovice, the agricultural land which is used for the agricultural production. From these few points, you can see that there is really some problem for these isolated colonies, and this is isolation, which means inbreeding depression, loss of genetic diversity, no immigration, loss of immigrants because they emigrate somewhere to the not proper environment. Then because you have the small colonies, you have strong impact of catastrophes like floods or whatever happens in the management of the places. And this all leads to the fact that when you plot and you make some study on survival rate within the years, you can see that most of our population don't have very high probability of survival over the next 50 years due to this isolation. Of course, people in Czech Republic, conservation people, are aware of this fact that this is really starting to be a problem, and there is an action plan for the species in the Czech Republic, which is organized by the State Nature Conservation Agency for the Czech Republic, and it has many activities. I mean, at the beginning, it was really focusing on providing money for proper management of the localities. But nowadays it's more changing and it's more proactive, and we see now that what we need and what was somehow introduced to this action plan is some kind of meta-population models. So we would like to have in the future population of colonies of susslids in the way that there are meta-populations, which is small colonies which are mutually interconnected, which means that there could be immigration and emigration between the places, and this should, according to the models, somehow guarantee the survival for longer years, for a longer perspective. So nowadays the activities are really quite some focusing on establishing some new population and trying to reconnect the existing populations. We came in the game like ALKA Wildlife about 7 years ago, and we focused on the farmland, not these airports and golf yards and so on. And why? Because we think that it's much easier to do the meta populations in the agriculture, which is agricultural land, which is still quite diverse and provides space for the susslids. So you can see in the background some picture of the area here around. It's, I don't know what it is. It's western part of the town, and we try to do some research in the area on the demography, how to monitor it, because it's much more difficult than in these open airports or golf yards. And we try to make some habitat model to find out what are the key structures of the landscape which are actually necessary for the susslid, because this is not very typical landscape from the modern perspective of Czech susslids. What we do also are some conservation actions. So we do some management. We try to cut some steppe meadows which were abandoned. We try to plant some trees which are providing some extra food for the susslids. But as we realize that we are too few and the landscape is too big, we realize that it's simply not enough our activity to provide enough space for the susslid. So we come to the point when we realize that we need help of farmers, that they change their way of farming in the way that susslid can coexist with them. And when you think about the farmers, you have actually two groups of farmers in Czech Republic. You have the first ones, which are really living on it from as a professionals, and you have to convince them that they tolerate the susslid or somehow prevent the damages caused by susslids, because in the past, as I mentioned, in the 50s, it was really some serious agricultural pest species. And the second are the farmers, or you can say wine growers or fruit growers, which can provide the space for the susslids, and they need not necessarily suffer any damage from the susslid. So what we are trying to now figure out is actually what is the effect of the susslid on the crop when you have it next door, what you can expect. So this is some experiment with the cages where you can see the alfalfa field, and there are actually two kind of cages. One is susslid not possible to enter, and one is where susslid can easily go, and then you can see the alfalfa plants in the, and you can imagine what is susslid doing with the alfalfa. There is very little to be left for the farmer in some places, but the situation is not so bad like this. It could be only, we realize that they are invading these fields only for distance of 4 to 6 meters, and then so the rest of the field is relatively safe from the susslid. The second farmers, which are also living from the crops, are the family farmers. You know, they have small fields like in one in Brna, the village, where they have really a lot of local people, a lot of small food, corn and grain and maize, whatever they produce for their own consumption. And they also said susslid also caused some damage to them. And we try to do some experiments to see if it's really causing the damage, and if you can really protect it, we try to do some kind of, see here some small plantation of, I don't know what it's called, probably cauliflower or kohlrabi, and you see that the sussex is definitely interested in, but they are respecting the cage and they don't eat. If there is a cage, no cage, they will simply eat it to the last plant. So measures exist and we must convince the people to use it. Then the second big group of the producers are those who have actually no damage on their crop, which are people which have orchards or vineyards. Orchards because the sussex are simply squirrels, but ground squirrels, they don't climb the trees to get the food. So what they do, they collect some which is left on the ground, of course, and they make nice use of it. And with the wine, it's simply, they would be interested in the grapes. I'm sure they are perfect for them, but they are growing in the time when the sussex is already underground. So they actually not need to, so they cannot use this resource. So these farmers simply don't have any damage from the sussex. They can simply tolerate them. But of course, not every orchard and vineyard is good for sussex. On the left, you can see the vineyard, which is without grass. So it's no habitat for the sussex. I mean, they cannot feed there anything. They don't eat the grape or plants of grapes. So they need the grassy vineyard. And same is also with the orchards. If there is no grass, no sussex. And also the grass should not be too long because then there is high predation. So you need some investment from the farmers to plant the grass and mow it once a time. So we were thinking how to involve the farmers into the game, that they are interested in the sussex and they somehow start to protect it. And we took the inspiration from Austria, where they start to produce some labels for the wine bottles from the wine vineyards where they have sussex. And we developed and registered 2 trademarks, which is, one is on the left, this one is for the sussex on the vineyards, and the other one is on the sussex on the orchard. And actually, these are the sussex friendly trademarks. And we registered them like official, and if the wine grower or the producer of the fruits fulfill some requirements from us, which is basically they have the sussex, so they provide the habitat for them, which means in the case of the vineyards, grass at least in half of the rows of the plants. They use no rodenticides, which is really necessary because sussex is the rodent, so it will poison him. They could get this mark. They can use it for their products. For the moment, we are locally successful with the trademark, and we have quite some wine growers already registered, and they can use on their bottles of wines this trademark. And we have, for the moment, 2 producers of fruits, apricots, which also got the other trademark. We try to do the promotion for this, of course, because you have many marks on the wine, especially quality ones, you know, from different competitions and so on. So we try to promote to the public that this is something what, when the bottle has it, it means that it's somehow nature-friendly product. We not only provide them the stickers, but they got some certificates, they have leaflets, magnets, t-shirts, and other stuff. So they could use it in their kind of necessary, I mean, you know, promotion of their products. A part of that, of course, we must get this trademark to the public. So we try to do the promotional and educational activities, info stands at various occasions, usually connected with some kind of activities within the wine areas. We have wine tasting actions. We try to involve somehow TV and radio too. We have a web page at Facebook, which is quite standard nowadays, I think. So when you think about it, like we have done it for 7 years and we had some expectations from that, and we have some results already after the 7 years. So there are some negatives and positives. So The problem generally with this trademark is that we didn't know it when you come from the outside, is that the farmers generally are not uniform group. They are big, diverse group of stakeholders. Even within the wine growers, you find different groups which are producing the wine in different style. They have different selling routes and different marketing. So it's really challenging to somehow get all of these groups together. What is necessary is long-term activity. At the beginning, we were quite sure that we would be able to do it somehow self-financing. So we would sell the trademarks, the stickers, for some amount of money, and then we could use the money for promotion and monitoring of the species. But for the moment, it's not that much working like that, because generally the biggest problem is that Moravian wine, I mean, they can sell without any sticker in the country. So there is virtually not much competition, because we still 2/3 of our consumption is imported. So, and the Moravian wine is good trademark itself, so people are able to simply pay a lot of money without trademark, independent of it. It's very difficult to assess the success of it, of course, because we don't really know it. It's even because they don't have it like part of the marketing strategy. When you ask them, they don't tell you how many bottles people were interested just because of the trademark, the Saslik, or just buy it anyway. What is good, on the other hand, is really close into the connection with stakeholder groups, not only with the conservationists. So we are working really with the farmers, and you have a reason to talk with them. Not only this crazy animal, but also something to offer them, which is really good. It's a positive tool in nature protection. You don't pay them, you don't subsidize any damage with this trademark. You just give them some additional marketing tool to promote their products. So this is also very positive. You have also the tool to educate the public, because you have many things connected with these trademarks. So you can really access the public with that. Saslik is a cute animal. This we had already in the presentations before. I mean, when the animal is nice, it's much easier to do the promo for the conservation of the animal. And what is also important, and it's probably, I mean, the way how to go on, is that we promote species protection and the local regional products, which is starting to be more and more important probably. And of course, I mean, this opens the doors, because you can really regularly meet the farmers and try to understand how they are working, and what are their needs, and how they simply see it. And many of them, even if they have not straight profit from selling the Saslik wine, let's say, they still acknowledge that this is something special, the animal, and it gives more attention, positive attention to the region, and they can somehow make use of it. So as I said, I mean, success of the generally such a kind of trademark can be used for any kind of species to be conserved, but the success of it, and this, I mean, especially something what is self-financing, which we are really searching for, because the money in conservation are definitely limited. So success depends on many factors and details, and sometimes it's really difficult to estimate the success just before you start, because you don't know properly the target group and what will happen. So of course, I mean, because it's 7 years already running, we have a lot of co-workers. There are some mentions. We have quite some projects which were running already, to which we are working. So, and that's it. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks for your talk. Turn down the presentation, please, so we can see you. on the big screen. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. So, is there any question about ground squirrels?
Again.
Yeah. Yeah.
What did you want to know? Now you have the chance to know everything you wanted to know about the ground.
Yeah, we will become ground squirrel experts this afternoon.
Yeah, and even more tomorrow when we go to the discussion. We have a question.
I'm interested how difficult it is in this way to create a Trkmanka because you discussed it with some minister.
No. I mean, it's just you and the lawyer. Generally, there is some office which is registering trademarks. So it's, I mean, you must invest some money, not much. Around 1,000 of Czech crowns.
10,000 to register and to pay the office, and I think like 10,000 pay to lawyers.
Because I mean, then we have with every man who has it, we have the contract, you know, the rules, of course.
Of course, it is necessary you can make it, but like if nobody else, then
Yeah, I mean, with the trademark, you must always think about the exclusivity because you want that they fulfill some conditions, and if somebody else, because I mean, there are quite some wines which with animals on the labels already, but this is something a bit different.
Yeah, and I would like to ask, do you think about conservation and life partners that they can must be so important that some people can see the sustaining their farms or something like that.
I mean, generally, in some stickers in the vineyards, the problem generally is probably the vineyards are not the optimal habitat. We don't want to feed like they do in Slovakia, so it's extremely rare to see them. So I mean, of course, we try to tell the clients, especially here, because here we usually provide accommodation for the clients, and we provide them with your own wine and so on. So the people are roaming around, and of course they try to tell them where the successes are, but I must say personally, it's difficult to see them. So for the moment, the population status here is not for that, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I don't know.
Any more questions? Very good. It looks like even the internet connection is getting tired after this.
It's been a long day.
So thank you very much. And thank you everyone for watching. We will start tomorrow with a very interesting talk from all the way from Ecuador. So we hope to see you around in our YouTube channel. And hopefully we all are alive after tonight. So yeah, thank you everyone for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay. So see you.